Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week, that you are energized for the rest of it. I had my cystoscopy yesterday and found a little tumor, which means that I'm going to have a surgery over the coming weeks. I am waiting for them to get back to me. And how long this is going to take is going to depend a lot on the availability. My sort of understanding is that the hospital makes certain block of time available for specific surgeries or specific doctors. That one I haven't quite understood, and they schedule their patient. And the more patients that need to be treated, the longer it's going to take. Mainly because, in my specific case, it's not urgent. This is something that we want to treat, but ultimately, really. Ultimately, I'm not in danger or anything like that. So, alrighty. Well, today being Tuesday, it is read and correct day. Well, morning. For those who are new to this is when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record these, so while the recording is happening, I will be ignoring the chat and addressing whatever is said when I return, when I end the recording. So, I am going to start this by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm. Hey, Micanthrope, welcome to the stream. Good to know it's not very serious. Yeah. I mean, I'm fortunate in that this is one of those types of cancer that, so long as it is managed, i.e., kept an eye on and treated when it needs to be treated, I'm going to live to a ripe old age. It is not what will kill me. It would be nice if we had a way to completely, end it, so that I don't have to go to have a checkup every 3 months and go into surgery every couple of years. But, at least it's treatable. Alrighty, I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 43 of The Technician's Fight. Gudrun punched and used Brel's block to step into her space and slam his shoulder into her chest, then stepped back to catch his breath. I'm worried. She gave him a dismissive flick of the ear. You always worry. I'm the alpha. It's unbecoming of me to worry about what they're doing to Jer. He'll be fine. She attacked, keeping him from replying or even thinking as she struck quickly, then stepped back while he gasped for breath. He found that stamina management wasn't as effective when his opponent knew him enough to time her attack while he sought to recuperate, and left him in the position of deciding if he used the time she caught her breath to continue or take advantage of her building exhaustion. He attacked with fist and palm strike, pushing until he had a hand on her wrist and pulled her off balance. Then he had a knee on her chest and claws at her throat. I win. I expected you to wait. He helped her to her feet, which is why I pressed. I'm not sure how practical stamina management is when fighting someone who's on the same level. We know how the engagements go, which is why breaking the rhythm can be an advantage. He nodded. Or maybe I'm just distracted. It's been 4 days. Have faith in your little warrior, Growl. He's tough. She raised her fist. He readied himself for the attack and did what he could not to worry. What am I looking at? He asked, trying to make something of the diagrams projected in the center of the workroom. Insanity, the builder replied with a disgusted huff. I can't tell if whoever made this understands nothing of electronics work, or if their understanding is beyond anything I know. And this is Earther Tech? He asked. That was what he'd asked a report on, where they stood on understanding how the machine used on Jer and the other test subject worked. Maybe, another builder said. She brought up more diagram. That's Earther Tech. There's no doubt about it. You can tell from the uniformity of the design. And the fact this same circuit shows up across 12 different sections of the ship, and other added which have nothing to do with each other. That too, she said. Earther's love of making everything the same is useful in that way. She brought up the diagram, and in making this stand out, there's nothing like this anywhere on the ship. A dedicated design for this function, then? It's a theory, she replied. A bad one, Builder Atarikna Dromar said. And yes, I should name the other builders, I just didn't feel like it. That's the issue with my naming system. It gets clunky really quick. She brought up a new diagram, Earther reactor antimatter containment circuit. Not something that's needed anywhere else on a ship or a station or anywhere. There's no reason for this to look so much like that. A new diagram, life support manager circuit. They weren't identical. That was easily noticeable. But even with his lack of technical knowledge, he saw the similarities. Same size, same components in many of the same location. Where did you get those? He asked, counting the differences. Only 7. The containment circuit is from Jeremy's drafting table. He gave me access when he asked, why are you highlighting this? Really? Yeah, dumbass. Dumbass AI. When poking in, and it's the pro writing aid. So before people complain that I use AI, it's the pro writing aid editing app. They're making more and more use of AI, and I do not like it. It's getting dumber by the day. When he asked for my help with his weight machine, been poking in, asking him questions about the thought process behind some of the design. She chuckled. I'd be careful he doesn't start sleeping with just Billiam. Some of the stuff in there is out there. But from talking with him, Earther starts a build with components that already exist, then change that as needed to get it to do however, yeah, that. Then change that as needed to get it to do whatever the different function needs. And that isn't how you do it? Only if what I'm making is nearly identical to what the other circuit's are doing, the first builder said. And that has nothing to do with that. Not even close. I checked with the engineer. I wouldn't have looked at anything I've previously built to make that containment circuit. Maybe it's the case with that? Gagarin asked. Except it contradicts how Earthers think, the builder said. I'd expect to find aspect of some other circuits in there. Something I'd find a version elsewhere among all the scans of the ship. Just like we can for everything else, Builder Atarikna Drogdramar said. Not everything links to everything else, but everything can be linked to something else. Except that. the first builder said. Which means they took this tech from another species. Gagran went over what he knew about the machine and others like it. Bob had known a little from those used on him. Isn't one of them something the Earthers found on a Tahornian ship? Is it their tech? Leaving aside most of what Tahornians use started as something stolen from someone else, this doesn't match anything of theirs in the Federation has on record. Which species does it match? That's the problem. We had to be careful with the search since we don't have official access to this piece of tech, but we haven't found anything matching this. Not even among the Radoshi tech, and if there's one species who thinks nothing like we do, it's them. Like no one else thinks, another builder added. If this is like nothing anyone makes, even the Earthers, how can it work with their machines? By adding these, builder Atarik Madrogdramar zoomed out the diagram, and 7 other components became visible. Those, Gagran recognized that as Earther tech easily. Those act as translators of sort, taking what that does and making it work with the rest of their tech. How do they know how it needs to be translated? He asked. Trial and error is the only way I can think of, a builder said. How do you trial and error something you know nothing about? He asked, puzzled. You connect it to your test subject and see what happens. Gagran stared at the builder in horror. That's going to give you failures more often than success. The male nodded. And Bob had told him those machines had been used on the soldiers within the ship over and over with various results. He shuddered. How did they manage to reproduce this if they don't understand it? Same way we'd do it, a builder said. Feed the scan to a printer. All the information's there. We recognize every molecule in it. We just don't understand how the interactions produce what we've been told the end result is. So we have a piece of technology that's alien to anything we have on record that day. Not just one. The builder brought up 10 other schematics. And that's not even the most interesting part. She brought up another schematic, something more complex. That's the scan of the machine used on your heart. These 11 pieces are found inside that section, it highlighted, with everything else attached to the whole. What does that mean? Nothing, a builder said. Everything, another. Anything we say is conjecture, Builder Adarik Madrogdromar said. Our guess is that what was used on Jeremy was something closer to the original device. But that was less than a year ago. How did the Earthers go from that to something this complex in that little time? 2 possibilities. The first one is they did a lot of tests and they have I don't know how many citizens with their brains hollowed out. Gagran shuddered. The other one? They gave an older version to those who used it on Jeremy. Why would they do that? The builders exchanged uncomfortable looks. Speak up before I order you. We work with machines, not people, a builder said. But we can't help thinking what would lead us to do that, to do what this hints at. And what did you decide? He demanded. The only reason I'd hand over older tech is if the goal of the person I'm handing it to don't align with mine, but he's important enough I still want to keep him on my good side. You're saying the Earther government isn't behind Jer's kidnapping and the use of the machine on him? We don't know. That's just how we'd approach the situation. If not them, then who? The builders all shrugged. And who is this? Gagran asked Beatrix, looking at the image of the Earther. The files identify him as a doctor named Omar Sawan. The name is mentioned in the Hunter's report, including your hearts. From what the Earther said, he intended to use one of the machines on him and that it would fix him completely. He looked at his tablet. Hunter carried them Dronikal Oshal, got the sense there was a this time implied. This means the Earther was involved in what happened to your heart before. Did Jer mention him at any point during that investigation? The Federation files on it indicate he didn't know anyone involved. Gagran nodded. So this might be something else. Where is the male now? Unknown. He isn't one of the prisoners, which means he was able to escape the hunters when they swept the station for stragglers. The thought didn't sit well. His hunters had training, tech, and their senses. But the station was large and a section blocked from scans, and they had been short on time. Someone with prior knowledge, I don't need the of it, but someone with prior knowledge, like someone who lived and worked there, could know where to hide to prevent discovery. Any reason to think he isn't directly supported by his government? Nothing that's been decrypted at this point indicates that his government is behind the station or the mail's research. He claimed the research was part of his justification to continue looking for your heart, but the wording doesn't indicate if it was to his government. Names of corporations and extensive family have been found in the data, but we don't have access to Earther database to find out if they have ties to their government. How does the data show you the families are extensive? Surnames. Earthers attach an importance to the lineage, so use a name to identify that lineage. Bradshaw is your heart's lineage. The census we collected at the Earther station Einstein gives us a sense of family size. Kennedy, Rockefeller, and Barbosa are three lineage the data shows were involved in paying for the station. Each lineage count its numbers in the billions within the Earther territory. The number was more than Gagarin could fathom as the size of a family. He doubted any Kelsaran family could approach those numbers, not that he knew how they'd go about finding out. He could name 24 of his family members, his parents and their parents, his brothers and sisters, a few of their mates, all their children. He knew 2 of his father's siblings, 1 of his mother's, as well as her Chrysarik, but he was aware they had more. Everyone else would be able to name more, but how quickly would it be impossible to know who was related to whom, short of comparing genetic material? So, as far as anything your pack has sniffed out... Okay, I don't need as part of this investigation. That's definitely implied. As sniffed out, this was funded by private parties who this Dr. Omar Sawan might have lied to so he could continue hunting Jer. Any link between them? He would have remembered the name if Jer had said it. The mail was your heart's doctor on Einstein. There are no personal files and what was gathered, so there's no way to know if that is the limit of their connection. If he's going as far as using technology even they might not understand in an attempt to cure the entire Federation just to read Jer, there has to be something there. I'll ask him once he's done with his training. I'd suggest giving him time to heal from it, Alpha. I don't know if you remember, but that first session is difficult. Gregoran rolled onto his back, nudging Tom and making Brel grumbled on his other side, and stared at the ceiling. 5 days, and no way to know how many more until Jer returned to him. He'd hoped that having his friends in his bed for the night would keep him from worrying. What state would Jer be in? The whimper escaped him, and Brel shifted, turning. What's wrong? I'm scared for him, he whispered. What if he breaks down? She forced him to look at her, and he turned. Behind him, Tom moved and put an arm over his side. Others rumbled as they adjusted. He will break, you know that. That's the point of what they're putting him through. Just like you, and me, and every other hunter. They're showing him that no matter how strong-willed he thinks he is, how much he believes in protecting you, us, in the end, he will break and tell them everything they want to know. It's the only way to then teach us how to make sure it won't happen again. What if I made a mistake? He couldn't keep that fear away. What if Jer still didn't understand why? That Gagarin wouldn't think less of him for what he'd revealed to his trainers. She nuzzled him. If you can't trust the gods, trust your little warrior. No matter what he looks like when you see him next, he will be stronger still by the time it's over. Tom nuzzled the back of his neck. We're all going to love him just as much. Nothing will ever change that. And the others reached over one another to touch him and reassure him he and Jer weren't alone. And with their comforting Galgaran was able to sleep. And that concludes chapter 43 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. PDF? Yes, it was. Okay. Let's bring this up so I can. Why did you fail? Let's do the next one and see what happens after that. Alrighty, confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen, that I have the correct image up. Starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 44 of The Technician's Fight. The music blared and Jeremy's eyes snapped open. I'm awake. He looked around, eyelid already drooping, as the orchestra quieted. He hadn't planned on nodding off, but keeping his eyes open was difficult. He never seemed to wake up refreshed anymore. He stood, and the freezing floor helped wake him. Sitting was just asking to fall asleep again. The food panel was closed, so the hunger had to be his imagination. So, Jeremy, Omar's digitized voice asked, "Are you ready to continue giving your opinion on the cat's antimatter reactor?" Your report. On the cat's antimatter reactor? What report? The one you started on before you nodded off? I gave you a full 5 minutes of nap time as a reward, don't you remember? I didn't. He had been talking with Omar about not the reactor. He was confident. Let's see. Come back here. Come on. Let's see. There's where you left off. The reactor's input is surprisingly strong considering how little heat accumulates in the extra space. That accounts for how large it is. I did paraphrase when I transcribed it. You know how the higher-ups like everything to sound just right, so fucking exhausting dealing with them. I never said that, although it sounded like something he would. Omar chuckled. Then how do I have this, Jeremy? I don't know. You picked it out of my mind or something. Mind reading, really? Are you saying the stories are true? The cats can go in there and make you think whatever they want? No, of course not. Mentalists can only read minds, not make changes. Thank you for confirming that, Jeremy. Have an early dinner as a reward. He stared at the open panel. No, he couldn't have revealed something. He'd been tricked. The smell of roasted potatoes and the peppery sauce had him salivating. The taste was orgasmic. He couldn't believe how hungry he was. The steak was medium rare, as he loved it. Even the coffee with its printed taste was amazing. He was done eating too quickly. The orchestra blared and the tray flew off his lap as he stood. None of that, Jeremy. This isn't sleep time yet. Unless you want to tell me what the power output of the reactor is. No, I'm not telling you anything. Oh. Fine. I really wish you make up your mind. No, I'm not telling you anything. Then be sure to stay awake and clean things up. You know how you like things tidy. Fuck off, he told the voice, pulling the thin pillow over his head. The respondent's sigh was filled with disappointment. Then the orchestra played. Jeremy closed his eyes. He didn't care. He wouldn't care. He'd find a way to sleep through it. He gave up with a scream, throwing the pillow across the small room and rolled onto his back. The orchestra ceased playing, but he knew better than to close his eyes. How many days now? Weeks, not months. Not yet. He was confident of that. He'd counted the days, but around 8, some of them felt like they chained up. Him sleeping nearly as soon as he woke, and the reverse morning coming as soon as he closed his eyes. He was so out of it on some days he didn't remember eating, while on others he remembered meals he couldn't have eaten. They didn't serve lunch twice in a row. Took a piss on caring who watched. No laying on caring who watched. I don't need the of. He no longer waited for dark if he needed to take a dump. At least the roll was replenished while he slept. Once it was low enough, he dreaded running out after having to use half to wipe the mess on that first day. The floor too cold. He returned to the bed and waited for Omar to question him again. The orchestra woke him and woke him again. His eyelids drooped again, and the smell of food pulled him out. He hurried to take the tray. He started on the roast potatoes, the steak covered in peppery sauce. Why the same meal? What do you mean, Jeremy? I had that yesterday. No, yesterday you had ribs. Salad with ranch dressing, fries, and coffee. A slice of apple pie for dessert. No, that was... He tried to remember when that had been. He was certain that had been multiple days. It had been multiple days before, except he wasn't entirely sure either. It hadn't been the previous day, he wanted to argue, but he couldn't remember when it had been. How confident could he be yesterday hadn't been it? What mattered was that he had food, so he ate. He returned the tray to the panel, then sat, his eyes drooping. Got to say, I'm disappointed in you, son. Jeremy's father stood before him, dressed in the jeans and gray shirt he loved to be in when he was done working. Everything me and your mother did for you, and this? Come on. And this is where you end up? A disgrace to us? This is going to kill her, you know. No! He looked around in the darkness, his breathing slowing. Fuck, that had felt real. He lay back and closed his eyes. Up and about, Jeremy. There's a lot to do today. He sat up, barely able to keep his eyes open, because there was nothing to be gained by fighting the voice on that account. I'm up. Why? Jeremy Ditch's voice said, it's sleep time. Darkness fell over the room. Jeremy questioned it only for the time it took for his head to hit the pillow. He was so fucking tired. Oh, Jeremy, his mother said, holding his hand. Why? I love him, Mom. Love who? Omar asked, and Jeremy glared at the ceiling. How about you mind your own business, Omar? I'm having a conversation here. With whom? Who else? Jeremy said derisively, motioning before him. My mother. There was no one there. It's not your fault, Jeremy, Omar crooned while he wept uncontrollably. It's the cats, you know that. They're the one who caused this to happen. If they hadn't twisted you so you'd choose them over your own family, she wouldn't have. Shut up, he said between sobs. She couldn't be dead. He refused to believe his mother had died because of him. Had died at all. This was a trick, some sick trick on Omar's part. This can be over, you know that, Jeremy. All you need to do is answer my questions. Fuck off. He ignored the rest of what the man said and mourned his mother. No, Jeremy said, feeling unusually energized. I'm not telling you anything. He didn't remember his night. As far as his memory was concerned, it might as well not have happened, but he was full of energy and he wasn't giving Omar anything. Nothing? Really? Where did this defiance come from? Wouldn't you like to know? Jimmy grinned. He was going to beat his old supposed friend. No matter what he asked, he wasn't going to. Up and about, Jeremy! The sudden sound and light wrenched him out of sleep, and he fought not to cry. He'd been winning. He was so certain of that. He curled into a ball. He had been winning. It's okay, Jeremy, his mother said. They'll understand. I can't betray them, Mom. They're everything to me. Didn't they say you have to do anything needed to survive and return to them? Had they? There had been so many phrases, so many things a hunter was expected to do, that might have been one of them. He turned his back on his mother. I'm not betraying them. He stared on the mush on his plate. What is this? Same thing you always have for lunch. No, it's usually soup and sandwich. Are you okay, Jeremy? Maybe you've been in here too long. Your mind is playing tricks on you. Now, you're trying to trick me. You're changing things around, then saying. Then saying you didn't. You're confusing me so I won't know what's true anymore. Jeremy, I'm not doing anything. You put me in here. Jeremy, you're the one who demanded to be put in there. What? Why? To be protected? Don't you remember? You want to be safe from them, and this is the only place you feel safe. No, that can't be true. But a cold lump formed at the bottom of his stomach. What if Omar was right? He almost threw up. What's wrong now? Omar asked, exasperated. The soup's bad, Jimmy said, struggling to keep his eyes open. It's exactly how you asked for it, Jeremy. I told you it was a weird request, but you insisted. Had he? He didn't remember making a request, but there was so much he didn't remember right. How long he'd been in here? How long had? Come back here. How long had he been in here? Omar said only a few days, but it felt like so much longer. And for why? Because he was sick? Only he didn't feel sick other than nearly throwing up. But if he asked for it, he really should eat it. Stop, he whispered while crying. He didn't know why he cried, only that he was so tired he couldn't keep the tears from coming. You know what to do if you want this to stop, Jeremy, Omar said softly. You're the one in control here. As soon as you answer my question, this can end. Okay, he said, hating himself for it. But he couldn't stand this anymore. Better putting an end to it, no matter how everyone who mattered would hate him afterward. It wasn't like they'd see him again. The humans would never let him go. Ask your questions. Omar asked, and Jeremy answered. I'm proud of you, Jeremy, the man said once he was done asking. Lie down. You've earned your sleep. Darkness fell on the room slowly, and he closed his eyes, hoping for the darkness to never go away, and dreading knowing the light would return. After all, this was just a trick. Omar would never stop torturing him. When the light woke him, it came with motion and sound. He blinked the blurriness away, and the forms resolved into the worst? I don't think that doesn't feel right. Into the worst torture Omar could have orchestrated. No, it couldn't be them. He pushed away from the hand reaching for him and against the freezing wall. It's okay, Jer, Thurs said. It's over. You're too late, he said, sobbing. I told them everything. I know. His friend said, the friend he'd betrayed took his hand. It's okay, Jer. You did nothing wrong. I told them everything. Thur gently pulled him against him. It's okay, Jer. We all do. And that concludes chapter 44 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, James. What day is it? You don't know. Welcome to Tuesday, James, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. And how are you doing today, James? What are you up to? Actually, let's start with you. Let's see if you're going to post. 147 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Six before Kindar. Before Kindar. Oh, congratulations. And consider yourself hugged back. Alrighty, I'm going to start the other chapter and see what happens after that. Alrighty, so I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 45 of The Technician's Fight. Gralgaron watched the pack exit the chamber, a broken chair between them. He wanted to go to him, take him from them, bring him home and comfort him, nurse him to sanity, but he couldn't. Jer needed to believe his pack still loved him before he'd trust anyone else. They were who he depended on in a hunt. They needed to show him they understood what he'd done. They needed to convince him they'd all gone through the same thing. He remembered the mess of a person he'd been once his session ended. They'd preyed on all his insecurities, even some he didn't know he had. They'd use his fear that his trust in his namesake was a sham, something he put forward to gain advantage. They'd screw with his mind so deeply it took his pack weeks before he believed it was over, or before he believed them when they explained that this was how it was meant to go. He had to break. It was the only way his first session ended. He wished knowing that made putting himself back together easier. He hoped Jer would have an easier time of it. They'll make sure he heals. The beta next to him said, he hadn't said it when he accompanied Gargaran, but he was there to ensure he didn't intervene. I know. I never realized what I asked of you, Beta. How painful it has to be. Why do you not like this? Come on. Me. To break them like that. I volunteered, remember that. You didn't force this on me. How can you do this with each of them? I would have walked away after the first one. My namesake ensured I had the mind for it. It takes a level of insanity to survive being this cruel. She saw to it I had it, and that I found my way to the hunters. I tried to avoid thinking what kind of male I would have become without them. You have my gratitude for how you perform your duty. Beta Goramic Tortibar Seljas Biliam. Gross Kirotas Restis, Gargaran said once the calm hunter nodded. This is the Viper's Bane on approach. ETA 3 days. We will need 2 docks as we are arriving with prey that will need a dedicated berth. Docking ring will have to be adapted. The ship is one of a kind. We have patients in suspended animation to be handed over their representative as well as prisoners for those who have accepted to take responsibility for them. If the Kelsaran military ship who will be taking those heading to Kelsar has not arrived yet, we will need cells to house those prisoners. He always preferred docking as a traveler, but a merchant ship would have a difficult time explaining the pirate ship attached to... I don't need pirate ship. The ship attached to it. It was also good to remind stations on the edge of their territories when they weren't alone out there. Both so they knew they had protection if needed, and so they wouldn't think Kelsar law no longer applied to them. Viper's Bane, request has been received. Representatives, that should be plural, have been informed and will contact you directly if arrangement need to be made for the handoff. Docks are being assigned. Transmit ring schematic for the modification. The ship Brotiron's gutting is waiting for you to contact them directly regarding the prisoners they are to receive. Thank you. Station. Transmitting schematic. Received. See you in 3 days. Contact the gutting, he instructed. Captain, a female on the screen greeted him. You can address me as Fleet Commander Oshtirim Tromac Del Ricamar. You can address me as Captain Gregran Salah Ravnir. He decided not to make a point that she should address him as Alpha, since this was hunt-related. He already expected enough trouble from her if they had sent a Fleet Commander for the exchange. He'd have Tom look into her after this. I'm told you have some prey for us. She considered a tablet. Alans, she said with disdain, and scientists. The scientists have claimed citizenship and have been accepted. She frowned. That's improper. They were in our territory. You should never have given them the opportunity to make that demand. Unclaimed territory, Fleet Commander, and Federation law. Don't quote me law, Captain. We are within Kelsarian territory, so you will put our interests first. The requests have already been filed by the prisoner and accepted by the representatives. Plural. You'll have to take it up with them to have access. Captain Alpha, I'm not one of yours. Fleet Commander. I gave you the latitude to respect the latitude to respect. I'm not sure what I was going for to show me, but this is where to show me respect, but since you won't, I'll enforce it. I am contracted to the Federation to protect the line. I will not behave in a way that will reflect poorly on my Alpha or my people. I have done things according to procedures and followed the leadership's order that came through proper channel. You want those changed? You have 3 days. Otherwise, things stand as they are. What about the package you promised? That delivery will happen as set. The item has been secured and locked, and it will be handed over along with the prisoners and Kelsarian's patients. Do you have identities for them? She asked, tone softening. No. The suspended state makes getting details from their mind difficult, and what my mentalist could find didn't give results. The Earthers were not kind enough to name the patients, and we've yet to decrypt the list, the links, the list of identification code to names. If they even bothered doing that. Agreed. Genetics? The pods don't have access port to extract that. The design isn't something my medics are familiar with, and I'm not trusting one of the Earthers to tell me they can safely be opened. I'd rather their identification wait than that would be then find I've been lied to when the pod's occupant dies. She still wasn't happy. What about the database? Anything pointing to who financed the operation? What's been found points to a mix of corporation and civilian interest. We lack access to information to find out if there's anyone behind them connected to their government. Hopefully, Zanila Haran will like your bed better than mine with this. I don't need luck to find out who's responsible. Then may Zanila Haran not be paying attention to our conversation. Is there anything else, Fleet Commander? I'm guessing you aren't going to volunteer for inspection? I'll give you a tour, he offered in compromise, but I'm not opening my ship to your attacks. I don't need to see that ship. The screen went blank. Ended on their side, the com hunter said. He rubbed the top of his muzzle. She was. She wasn't done giving him trouble. He sent a message to Zenial Tahalan. Warn your uncle to be careful. The leadership will get in the way. Then he headed for his other appointment. When Jer stepped out of the room, it was tentative. His beta would have told him Gurgran was waiting, but even with 2 weeks of care from his packmate, Jer wouldn't be back to his old self. He wouldn't be back to that person ever. Being broken imparted an awareness of who someone was that stayed. It became difficult to delude yourself that you were so superior once you'd broken down and revealed the things you'd promised you wouldn't. When Jer looked... You'd promised yourself you wouldn't. When Jer looked at him, it was with worry and fear. Gagrin smiled and opened his arm. The hesitation was short, then his heart was against him. I'm sorry, he said in his fur. There's nothing to be sorry for, he soothed. I thought I'd be stronger. We all do. It's the point. We need to be shown we aren't so... We aren't... So we can be taught to be stronger. Jer nodded. You don't hate me? I never could, Chair. Certainly not over something no one can beat. Can we go home? Yes. Gauderin took him home and washed him. It would take more. It had been months before he'd felt clean after his session, but he wouldn't let his heart think he was too soiled to be touched. Then Jer was on him, kissing him urgently, pushing him against the wall, nearly climbing over him until Gauderin took matters into in his hands and raised him. Jer was hungry for that too, and Gauderin did what he could to sate him. And that concludes chapter 45 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, let's try this again. Next one will be Hey, Somnio! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Exhausted? Hopefully it's because the day was long and worthwhile and not because you slept well badly. Just got home from work. Oh, well then it should be a worthwhile exhaustion. Alrighty, so I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing another story from the selection process of Harker Academy. And I forgot to bring that up. Alrighty. The knock was gentle. Claudia, her mother called softly from the other side of the bedroom door. Honey, dinner's ready. I'm not hungry, she replied from the corner of the dark room, knees to herself, arms wrapped around them. She was famished, but she wouldn't endanger her family by stepping out of the room. Okay, that's 3 times. Door, bedroom, dark room. Okay. By leaving it while they were about. Why do you not? But she wouldn't endanger their family by leaving it while they were about. Nah, you don't need a comma there. She'd already fried the fuse box, forcing them to rough it out. It had been pure luck her father still had the old camping equipment in the basement, and that meant her parents and little brother hadn't suffered too much because of her. The handle turned. Stay out! The flash of light. A flash of light accompanied the snap of the electrical bolt hitting something conductive. She had only the after image to know what had nearly happened. The bolt had been heading for the handle. It always went where emotions were aimed at. If she'd been closer, or if nothing grounded had stood between her and the door, she'd have hurt her mother, possibly killed her too. Fortunately, the floor lamp had been a couple of inches closer, and the bolt had hit that, sparking the warrior and plug in the process. Unfortunately, the one place she couldn't aim her lightning, no matter how angry she got, was at herself. It would solve everything if she could simply zap herself into ashes. Honey, her mother said, you have to eat something. I'll bring you a plate. Leave it by the door. I'll go down after everyone is asleep. She breathed to calm herself and added, like I did last night. Are you sure? The pain in her mother's voice was such Claudia nearly rushed to comfort her. She wanted to tell her everything would be okay, that she was okay. Only she wasn't. Another flash of light, another crackle, and the after image of the bolt hitting the plug on the left side of the door. Her cursed electricity reacted to every strong emotion, even her wanting to make her mother feel better. This would be so much easier if only negative emotion triggered it, like what most novels had taught her to believe, that so long as she kept her temper under control, she could be with her family and friends, and the park wouldn't have happened. She shuddered the memory, and lightning crackled over her body, having nowhere to go, and being too diffused to jump to the closest plug. She didn't know how many people, how many friends she'd killed before falling unconscious, but she remembered the lightning exploding over the lake, the screams from those in the water with her moments before. Okay, that's a different phrase. That's a different phrase. Come on. Um, Moments before, they had been joyfully celebrating her 18th birthday with her. Okay, I need to to change that because my co-scriptor pointed out, why didn't her parent tell her what actually happened? Parent tried to tell her about it, but for some reason, but she screamed at them each time. But she hadn't been able to silence. The accusations from the parents showing up at their house. She hadn't made out words. But the yells, the demand for Claudia. Come on, stop that. But the yells carried the tone. The had to have been demanding that Claudia pay. She didn't know why her parents hadn't handed her over to them, other than, maybe, they wanted to protect those families from the further damage she could cause. All right, honey. She sounded disappointed. We're having your favorite spinach pizza. She rested her head against the wall, struggling between being touched and pissed at them. She was the only one who liked Spanish pizza. Spinach pizza. She was the only vegetarian in the house. For them to suffer through it, just so she'd leave her room, was either considerate or manipulative. Regardless of their motivation, she wouldn't put them in danger. She would never endanger anyone again. I'll take it from the oven, she sighed. Her mother deserved more. Thanks, Mom. Like the previous night and the one before, she'd let them think she was eating, taking a portion from what from what they'd left. They had to think she was eating, otherwise they'd call some expert to force her to be with her family, not caring about the danger that put everyone in. Like before, she dumped the content out of her window, but this time she wouldn't give in to her hunger and eat a little before that. Maybe she couldn't use her power to keep everyone safe, but it didn't mean she didn't have other ways to accomplish it. There were faster ways to do it, but the idea of something sharp against her skin caused her to shudder. Even getting her hair cut was stressful, and those scissors didn't get close to touching her skin. Starving herself was the better way to do this. She startled awake with the memory of a knock and stared in horror at the turning handle. Stay out! Her words were punctuated by the percussion of electrical bolt hitting the floor lamp. The handle stopped moving. Claudia, her father's tone was firm. I'm coming in. No! Another snap of electricity and the lamp wobbled. The handle returned to its original position. She thought there was a conversation on the other side, but the ringing made it difficult to be sure. Claudia, her father again. There's someone here to talk with you. I don't want to talk. Another bolt of lightning. Another bolt of lightning. The handle turned in spite of her protest, and another bolt hit the outlet. The door kept opening, and she couldn't keep her fear that she'd hurt her. That she'd hurt. Her father from manifesting more bolts. All she could do was will them to the lamp and outlet and prayed it obeyed. Instead of her father's thin outline in the hall's late morning light, the form was large and bulky. Her mind screamed monster as the door revealed the full silhouette. She screamed and the bolt. Okay, there's no comp. And the bolt ignored the pull of the lamp or the outlets to hit the monster in the chest. It staggered, then stepped in fully. Now in her room, and not the in-between of the hallway's bright light and her room's dim one, its only window covered by a sheet, the outline became a person wearing a thick insulated suit. She stared, her disbelief turning into dismay. She could have thought they were a creature. She chuckled and laughed at the utter ridiculousness of the get-up, and in relief that she hadn't killed them. The door clicked shut and all mirth left her. Whoever they were had isolated themselves with her. When she lost control, they'd have nowhere to flee. At least this fucking thing works, the woman in the suit said. Claudia was certain of that, in spite of how the suit muffled the voice and her burning ears at the swear. It would have been insulting to fucking hell. You know what? Let's remember that Georgina swears. To fucking hell if, on top of looking stupid, this thing didn't do what I made it to do. She had to turn her torso to look around. You mind if I sit? She grabbed the desk chair. This thing's fucking heavy. Yes? Claudia stated, but the woman sat. The chair didn't protest the apparent bulk. The woman let out a sigh of relief. That's better. Hello, Claudia. I'm Georgina Armstrong. Your parents tell me you haven't eaten for a few days. She stared in disbelief. Your brother found the food in the flower bed under your window? She should have considered that, and the fact Malcolm couldn't keep his mouth shut. She should have used the toilet, but she'd been worried about clogging it. What do you want? She asked bitterly. I'd like to know why you feel you need to starve yourself. You wouldn't understand, she snapped. We won't know unless you try, will we? Claudia rested her forehead against her knees. It's the only way to keep everyone safe. Why do you feel you need to keep everyone safe? She looked at the suit, staring at the tone, not uncaring, but detached, like how the doctor who tended her broken arm from playing football at 11 had dispassionately enumerated the breaks as she had looked at the x-rays. The woman was still, or maybe the suit was bulky enough Claudia couldn't see the small motion, like shaking her head or rolling her eyes. Do you have any idea how many people I've already killed? She demanded. I'm not aware you've killed anyone, Claudia. She started. Go talk to the parents of those who were in the lake with me. She refused to think of them as her friend. Killing stranger was bad enough, but if she let herself think about the friends she'd break. And they'd take her to a hospital where she wouldn't be able to do what she had to for their safety. No one died in the lake, the woman said in her calm, almost cautious tone. You haven't killed anyone, any of your friends, Claudia. The worst is minor electrical burns. The electricity you unleashed dispersed through the water. Once you fell unconscious, the parents and lifeguards jumped in and pulled everyone out. They're shaken. One boy, Jeremy, is angry, and he made sure I told you that you had no right to keep what you could. You blah. Of keeping you could do that from him. Claudia thought. The woman tilted her head. Is he your boyfriend? She shook her head, relieved that everyone was okay, overshadowed by what it meant. They're fine. They're worried about you. They should be scared. I could have killed them. I nearly killed you. She didn't want comfort. She was happy her friends were okay, but she was still a danger. She squirmed under the woman's unseen stare. You're not dangerous, Claudia, she snorted. Maybe some of the electricity had gotten into the suit and scrambled the woman's brain. There had been enough power in it. She'd staggered. What you are, Claudia, is a young woman who found out has a power in the worst possible way. You had an extreme, if understandable, reaction to that discovery. You're a shrink, she said dejectedly. Of course her parents would bring in a shrink once they realized she hadn't eaten. Actually, I'm a researcher, but I do have a background in psychology, among other things. In the wake of Jacksonville, it's become apparent that parahuman mental health has been ignored. I'm planning on remedying that. I think people forget that human is part of the term parahuman. The government's reaction and the ensuing riots have demonstrated that, if nothing else. What does that have to do with me? Claudia asked. I think that we can help each other, Claudia. I'm not some test subject. She snapped and lightning hit the outlets closest to the suit. No, you aren't. But you are a young woman in need of help. Help with your power, as well as the trauma you underwent. The woman paused, and Claudia thought she felt her eyes piercing her. Something's about to happen. It's nothing big in the grand scheme of things, she added dismissively, but it gives us both an opportunity we'd be foolish to ignore. Are you insane? There's going to be people there, right? The woman nodded. I'm going to be a danger to all of them. I can't control this. The lightning hit another outlet by the suit, and it turned to look at the scorched walls, then turned to look at the room. Your bedroom contradicts you, Claudia. You have some control. It isn't great, but it's there. And that tells us you can improve it. And you're going to do that? She asked mockingly. No, I can help you come to terms with what happened, but I don't have the expertise needed to teach you control. That opportunity I mentioned will take care of that aspect. They'll have people who can handle that. Like who? She asked suspiciously. I can't give you names at this point, but you aren't the only one for whom control is an issue there. You aren't, you won't be. But you won't be the only one for whom control is an issue there. Claudia looked at her room, the burnt outlet and items plugged into them. Anywhere would be better than here, where she was a threat to her family. She sighed. I guess it's better than starving myself. The woman laughed. Not the enthusiasm I was looking for, but I'll take it. George dismissed the screen over his desk as the door burst open and slammed against the wall. I'm sorry, Mr. Armstrong, his secretary proclaimed behind the woman marching to his office. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me. It's all right, Elizabeth, he replied as his sister rolled her eyes. There's nothing you could have done. Not even the president of the country could have kept her from barging in like she owned the place. Although that was an altercation George would enjoy watching. With a few taps, the top of his desk turned into wood grain. He wouldn't get any work done until he dealt with us. The door closed, leaving them alone. His twin stopped before the desk and crossed her arm over her chest. She'd gained muscle mass since the last time she'd barged in a few years before, he thought. She'd also cut her brown hair. That was the clearest indication he was in her first meeting since stepping out of her lab. She'd never bothered with her appearance when showing up to make demands. They shared that trait. They forgot life existed outside their research, forgot their bodies needed to be cared for more than ensuring they received the correct caloric intake and exercise. Unlike her, he set up programs to ensure that those needs were seen to, and when he stopped listening to them, it ensured he had friends who would pull him out. Those had been the hardest to stick with. People could be so complicated at times, but in the long run, they had turned out to be a good investment. She fixed him with her green eyes, another trait they shared, and he stifled the sigh at the determination in them. This wouldn't be quick, and if he wasn't careful, she'd get her way yet again. Today was the day he finally won an argument with her. What can I do for you, sis? He made his tone pleasant, as pleasant as he could. He'd taken lessons years ago in how to behave around people, but she made it so very difficult. Her smile did not comfort him in the least. Oh no, not this time. This time I'm the one who can do something for you, bro. He groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. This should be fun, he said bitterly. Actually, it will. She sounded so pleased with herself, George felt his inside twist. I'm in. In what? He did his best to mask his confusion as he worked out what she... Where the hell am I? No, that's the one. Come on. What she could be referring to. He hated how she acted like their power was mind reading instead of beyond genius intellect. That little project you and your friends are just about ready to start up, I'm in. He stared at her. She couldn't know. She shouldn't know. She couldn't know. There was no way. He'd built the security around the project specifically to keep her out. He figured that managing that meant no one else could infiltrate it. The only comfort in realizing that he'd failed was that her getting through his security didn't mean anyone else could manage it. Anyone else could. I don't need to manage it here. He closed his mouth on his admission of defeat and reminded himself who stood before him. She might not know anything. This could be pure conjecture on her part in her attempt at getting him to spill. It was how she'd gotten him to tell him he was valiant, acting like she already knew everything when she was acting on suspicions. Damn it, sis, can you, for once, say what you're after instead of playing games? Little project with my friends? I run a billion-dollar company. Do you have any idea how many projects I have going right now? And unlike you, I recognize the value in fraternizing with the people around me. It does wonderful morale and productivity. You should try it with your assistants. Her dismissive wave at that last statement didn't hide the conflict in her eyes. He'd been right. This had been nothing more than a fishing... That little school of yours for teaching heroes? Or do you want me to state it's that archaeologist's school, since you got him to foot the most of the bill? She smiled. Pretty clever, that friendship with him, just so you could pass along things you know can't work. That's not... He narrowed his eyes. If you're so certain it's going to fail, why do you want to be involved? You don't do failures, Georgina. You cut your losses before the project even exists and leave your assistants to pick up the rubble. Just because your experiment is doomed to fail doesn't mean nothing's worthwhile can come of it. Fine. Then why would I even think of letting you near this and letting you... You know what? I'm leaving this as dialogue. I have 6 official doctorates, one of which is in psychology. Another relevant one here is electrical engineering. She continued while he tried to work out how that was relevant. He'd designed the electrical network himself. To the best of my extensive knowledge, I'm the only person taking the psychology of parahumans seriously. Do you expect me to believe a school filled with teens with powers isn't going to need counseling on a daily basis, bro? I know I'm the smartest person in this room, but I didn't think you were that stupid. He glared. Of course he wasn't that stupid. He had an entire division looking into who could handle counseling, who other than his sister could. Her name hadn't come up for him to quietly erase because she didn't have an office or even officially worked as a psychologist. Unlike him, she didn't bother hiding her research behind a respectable business. He pitched a bit of his nose again. Fine, since she knew she'd find a way to get in. Arguing only meant he wouldn't know how she managed it, and this gave him some control over the damage she could do. And what is this help you're oh so generously offering going to cost, other than you filling an entire department without consulting anyone? Nothing his sister did came without a price. A lesson everyone in their family had learned the hard way. Georgina always extracted a price. Nothing much, bro. He glared. He decided how close to nothing it actually was. One spot in that hero school of yours to be filled with a person of my choice. He was up. No, absolutely not. I am not letting you use the project as your personal experimental grounds. The Harker Academy is too important to the future of every parahuman in the country, if not the world, to allow you to ruin it. Her sister smiled, and George felt something he hadn't since dawning Valiant. Terror. That's exactly why you need me, George. You don't get people. Your things is this. Your thing's this. She motioned to his office, meaning all the unseen technology that made it up. My thing includes people. I've studied them. I know what makes them tick. And yet, he didn't say, he was the one with friends. His sister might understand people more than he did, but it didn't mean she saw them as people. He didn't always. He had his failings, but he always tried. Go on, he prompted, since she'd make him wait until the sun extinguished itself otherwise. Without me, your project is doom. You let me help, it's got a chance. A minuscule one, but it's no longer zero. I'm in because I want to help one person, and your project is the best way to make that happen. The price I'm paying is doing what I can to make sure it doesn't fail. Make sure this little petri dish of power and hormones actually give you people with the mental stability to ensure you don't cause another gravitas to come into being. You, he swallowed and had to force the words past his utter disbelief. You actually want to help me? Help someone? She lost her smile and nodded. His blood turned cold. God help us all. And that concludes this entry into the selection process. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next one will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this, it's available on my Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, I will be right back. Try this again. That is not getting posted, is it? Or is it? Yes, yes, it is. Yes, it posted! This has to go through here because I don't have. What is the plural of jury? People of jury. I believe jury is plural. Juror would be singular. Give me a moment. I'll double check. September 21st. 28. Hey, Andres, jury is singular, okay? Juries is the plural as a collective. Jurors. Oh, okay, cool. There is your answer, James, and welcome to the stream. Huntress, how are you doing? What are you up to today? Been looking at work. Hang out while you are. Cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the lurk. Okay, these are getting posted. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 43 is already done? Did I do this twice? Yeah, I did it twice. Well, that's annoying. And it's doubly annoying because one, I forgot to file that when I was done last week, and two, I did not pay attention. So it's gonna get pushed here. That's not actually correct. I need to adjust that. 171 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. There we go. That's there. Planting. Okay, 44 is done. So that means I need to record another one of these. And let me fix something right now. Delete that right now. That's Claudia. Yep, 71 words of planting is still 171 words, James, so congratulations. Alright, so 45. So that is done. Okay. So that means I need to do another chapter here. Alrighty, so I will start this by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 46 of The Technician's Fight. He woke with a start and fought the disorientation. Where was the bright light? Omar's distorted voice. He felt the arm over his chest, the fur, the nose against his neck, and he relaxed. He was home. It had been part of his training, a horrible part, but he needed one. Thur and his packmate had told him. Made him feel that it didn't change how they felt about him. The knowledge, that certainty they still loved him as one of them, helped. Growling him, loving him, had helped more. It hadn't removed the doubt. He That's got to be a period. He expected only time, and counseling would do that, but it made it easier to remember he had done he had done nothing wrong. He had done the same thing, the same as every other hunter before him. He'd been humbled, taught that he wasn't that will wasn't enough, desire to do right by his packmate. You know what? How about add that to the damn dictionary? By his people wasn't enough. Regardless of his belief, he could be broken. Humbled wasn't strong enough of a term. He'd felt humiliated, but it hadn't changed how those who cared about him felt. Tom had. Visited the previous day while Graal was on shift and had held him. Others had visited, each reminding him they saw him no differently. There had been messages from the crew and the civilians expressing their caring for him. It had been overwhelming. Graal had been angry someone had leaked the information, but Jeremy asked him to let it go. As much as knowing his friends still loved him. Knowing everyone else, even strangers on the ship, still thought well of him, was a bomb. His perceived failing had put them at risk as much as his friends, his packmate, but they didn't hold it against him. They still thought of him as one of them. His breakdown at that realization had confused Graal, but he'd held him, and he hadn't pursued the matter of who had leaked the information. He turned against his heart, pressed his nose into the mane, and breathed in the scent of him, of home, and slept peacefully. How are you feeling? Leah asked, seated on the other side of her desk, looking very much the psychologist. Not as confused on most days. Why did it take 5 days for you to call me in? Shouldn't you have sat? Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you have evaluated me the instant I was released? What would you have told me then? I don't know, he snapped. How about what you'd have told me to help? Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up some morning thinking I killed everyone? That my betrayal resulted in the ship being lured into a some mornings? Oh, yeah, it was released. Lured into a trap and destroyed? Not firsthand, no. The calm tone against his accusory one took some of the anger out. I could have used something to make this easier. Jeremy, what you are going through can't be made easier. Not by a stranger sitting behind a desk telling you it happened for a reason, that you did nothing wrong. You aren't a stranger. And as your friend, I visited you. I held your hand, told you that I saw you no differently. Those are not things I could have done as your counselor. What you are feeling is something every hunter must feel and untangle on their own, with the help of those who care for them. Is it this hard for all of them? No. By the time Hunter's session comes, they have usually resolved most matters already, and we help them with lingering doubts. This, I think, is a species difference. The outpouring of caring from the civilians and the crew wouldn't have helped one of us the way it helped you. Did you arrange it? No, it didn't occur to me you'd need it. But you know who did? No. But considering the elements needed for it to happen, I have suspicions. They'd need to know what I'd gone through, which only hunters should. They'd need to know me well enough to understand how I'm different from Kelsarians emotionally, which would only be a close friends, and they have to not care about the rules getting in their way. Zen did it. He is the most likely candidate. So how am I feeling? He did an analysis. I'm still angry at myself for failing. I get it's what's supposed to happen, but outright failures aren't something I've encountered often. I expect that in your field, that type of failure is fatal. or at least career ending. He checked how else he felt. I'm mostly excited about the station, which is a change from the dread it brought a few days ago. Why dread? Out there among strangers, other species, maybe Earthers too. Anything can happen there, happened to me. That's all I could focus on before. And today, I won't be alone. I can finally remember that. If I need it, I'll have my pack with me. Growl wants to take me out, just the two of us, visit some out-of-the-way place he knows about. But there's also the station security net. The Earthers got away with it once, and they needed a ship dock to make it happen. There aren't any there. If there were one, what would you do? He swallowed. Right now, I'd run for home, lock the door, and not leave until we left. Everything about my session was crafted to make me think I'd been caught by Earthers. I saw through it as soon as I woke up, but the more confused I got, the less what I knew mattered. Every time I wake up, the first thought is, how come I'm no longer on the Earther ship? It takes me a few seconds to remember I was never on an Earther ship. How do you feel about them using that type of trickery? I have no idea. Intellectually, I can reason my way through the decision process that makes that the most logical way to do it. But emotionally, it's a good thing it'll be a couple of weeks before I have to sit before them so they can explain how things will proceed. What is the thought process leading to it making sense? Jeremy steeled himself as he released a breath. My mind was raped by humans. When I fought against it, they threw me in a cell, increased the raping, and threatened me with worse. When I broke away, they kidnapped me, mind raped me again. When I overcame that, they attempted to kidnap me again. I have a very understandable fear of Earthers. Since the goal is to break me, that's the route that makes sense. So you're like that. You need to be a bit more like this. That makes sense. Play on my fear of being captured. With the threat, I'll be made to hate all of you again. With the confusion, it'd be easy for me to lose track of what I know to be true and lose myself in the trick. Except that it happened that Earthers captured me and got me to betray the people I care about. He caught his breath and chuckled. Yeah, I'm pretty pissed that they got me through. They had me go through that. Do you understand it was necessary? Intellectually, yes. Without it, I'd always think that I don't need whatever they'll teach me, that I'm not like those other hunters, that I'm different. I'm the Alpha's heart, his little warrior. Of course I'd be able to resist any kind of interrogation I was subjected to. I just wish, knowing that made accepting it easier. I can't seem to separate my emotions from my intellect the way you can. We do seem to have an ability to compartmentalize. You don't. But don't make the mistake of thinking it's easy, always easy. He nodded. Graal told me how knowing what I was going through almost drove him to come to my rescue, that he needed the distraction of his work and his friends to stay away. We rely on other people, where you have an ease of stepping into your work. It's always been a safe place. I didn't have the distraction of my sickness when I worked. I didn't have to worry about Omar Sawan trying to set me up with another woman. It was just me and the problem before me. As a hunter, that may not afford you the same kind of safety. It's difficult to leave the hunt behind if all you have is yourself and the memory. I'm working on spending more time among others. Yeah, among others. Just living. My friends are helping. I'm glad. Now, tell me about what you went through during your session. Telling her everything you'd experienced wasn't easy. How he lost track of what was real and not. Even with how impossible it was for his mother to be there, made him feel. Wait, what? He lost track of uh, how he lost track of what was real or not. Even how impossible it was for, even with how it was, something's not working here. How he lost track of what was real and not. Uh, Cursor, there's how, even with how impossible it was for him to be there, it made him feel the helplessness, the confusion. He felt no better by the time he was done, and he'd gone to Prayer for comfort afterward. Sorry it took me so long to get back to you. Jeremy stopped the recording and played it back. Bob's voice still sounded off, almost like someone was imitating him. He stopped the paranoid descent immediately. This didn't mean Bob had been captured and someone was using him to get to Jeremy. He needed to eliminate the other possibilities first. This could be transmission corruption. How did he go about checking that? He had no idea, but he knew someone who would know someone. Jeremy, Atarikina greeted him as the call connected. How are you doing? Excited for time on the station? Yes. Who do you know that can analyze the transmission to find out if it suffered degradation or maybe was altered? Why do you need to know that? Finally got to Bob's message, but his voice sounds off. I want to eliminate all other possibilities before I go to the Alpha to mount a rescue hunt. She chuckled. Have you checked with comms? They'll have the data on the transmission itself. I can do that? Of course. Can't you contact comms on Earth or ships? I never had to. He considered it. And I knew one of the comm officers back on Einstein. I'd just ask him. Just look it up in the directory. They'll be able to tell you. Thanks. He found their connection and tapped it. Comms, how can I help you? How can I help? Hi, I want to check on the integrity of a message. I was told you can help. What's the message ID? He gave it to the mail. Nothing reads as wrong with it. Can you confirm the origin point? The Gurugaria. There was a pause. That's a Carciteran ship. It was the ship Bob was on. If someone intercepted a transmission, would that show up in what you see? I don't know. That sounds more like something investigation would handle. How do I contact them? They're in the directory, but I'll connect you directly. Thank you. Investigation. Hi. I have a situation I'm hoping you can help me with. Name? Hunt? No. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. This is civilian related, I think. How can I help? The shift in tone from relaxed to alert took Jeremy by surprise. I received a message from a friend, but there's something strange with how he sounds. Comms confirmed there's no degradation. So I'm wondering if someone might have intercepted the message and altered it. The pause felt long. Why would someone want to do that? My friend's an earther. Does his message attempt to lure you off the Bane? I don't know. I haven't listened to all of it. I wanted to make sure there was nothing wrong with it first. I'm leaving the comma. The female chuckled. Hunter, I know that right now everything feels like the gods are plotting against you, but that's just a leftover from what you went through. It will pass. How do you know what I... Right, everyone on the ship knows. And we're all glad you are advancing in your training. Well, us hunters are. So you think I'm just being paranoid? Have you asked your friend how he's doing? We're... That's weird. We're communicating over normal comms. The delay's in week. Then ask for instant communication. Unless the ship's on it, he's on is ancient, it'll be capable. It's... Is it... Isn't... Come on. There we go. Isn't that for important stuff? Hunter, you are the Alpha's heart. Make use of it. It sounds like this is important to you. I guess. I guess I do that through comms. You do. If you still feel there's something off about the situation, contact me directly and I'll look into it. A connection number appeared on his tablet. All right, thanks. Jeremy hesitated. How is he supposed to do that? Did he order them? Did he have that kind of authority as Graal's heart? Did he want to order anyone, even if he had the authority? This was a personal matter, not ship business, at least not until he confirmed. He confirmed there was something wrong. He tapped the connection. Comms, a female said. Hi, I'm technician Jeremy Bradshaw. I need to contact the Guru Garia, and I was told that, as the Alpha's heart, I could request instant communication. Of course. She replied, although you don't need to use that. If you explain why you need instant communication, I'm sure I can justify it. I think a friend might be in trouble, but it might just be my lingering paranoia. I'll file it under family law. Let me connect you. Gurugarnia, Troan talking. The gray-furred Calciteran said. Hi, I need to talk to... Don't understand. Right. He restarted in Federalese. I need to speak with Bob. He's the earther on your ship. Wait. The screen went black, then white, and then a white and copper-furred Calciteran appeared. Janitia, who's this? Hi, I'd like to talk with Bob. Wait. She thought she was female, moved out of screen. There was the sound of someone being slid against metal, followed by someone speaking Calciteran, definitely male, that one. She replied, he responded, sounded annoyed, then Bob stepped into screen. Jerry Bradshaw, what a surprise! What do I owe the fate? What do I owe the honor? What's wrong with your voice? The oddity was still there. My voice? He looked puzzled. That would be capitalized. Then he laughed. Oh, my voice! Sorry, it's been so long since I spoke English, I forgot how I'm supposed to sound. He looked off screen and said something Jeremy didn't understand, and realized that the other person he'd heard speak Kersit, that he was the other person he'd heard speak Kersiteron. Sorry, just letting Janitia know this might be a bit. This might take. A bit. Yeah, my voice. After a month here, we took on new members, and no one thought to make sure they'd learned English. We don't have anyone on the ship to teach them, so it made for a rough time of always needing someone to translate for me. By the time we made it to a station, we were looking at an expense to have them learn, and it would be more expense each time someone signed a contract with us. I thought there had to be a better way, and there was. There's a Ridoshi surgeon, for lack of a better term, who specializes in cross species alteration. It wasn't on this station, but I ran the idea by my, we're going to say captain. The grin hinted at more, and Jeremy remembered Bob's comment in a previous message about how Citroen's crew was more intimate than professional. That it would be less expensive in the long run if I had my voice box altered so I can speak Garan like them. Instead of paying a mentalist each time we take on someone new. Any Reidoshi was able to operate on you? How many Earthers had it operated on before? Dumbass. It took a scan, got back to me the next day saying it could do it, and here I am. He said something Jeremy didn't understand and grinned. Isn't that extreme? What if you decide to join an Earther crew at some point? Bob stared and laughed. That's never happening. I'm done. I'm done with Earth. I'll collect my movies anytime I can get us to that area, and that's as close to those people as I want to get. If you want, I can put you in contact with the surgeon. I'm going to pass, Jeremy replied, shuddering at the thought of mangling his body like that. I understand. So, is there anything else? This is nice and all, but I'm officially on duty. No, that's all, Jeremy said, still not over what Bob had done to himself. I just wanted to confirm you were okay. Oh, I am, he grinned. If we're going to do instant, I'll send you my schedule so we can arrange something when I'm not working. No, it'll be normal. It'll be normal messages. I don't think I can justify instant transmission again. I'll wait for it then. The screen went blank, and Jeremy tried to understand how Bob could have done that to himself. And that concludes chapter 46 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. It's amusing to me how every so often I will lose track of where the thumb cluster is. Like I'll use it, and then I'll come to use it and I'll keep hitting the wrong place, and it's literally right under my thumb. So it's not like it should be that difficult. Wait. That means I got a problem here. Wait, what? Huh. How do I not have 43 twice? Okay, I got a problem here. 43. Okay, so what is 43? That's 43. 44. I'm going to have to renumber that. It's wrong, but that's 45. Yeah, that's interesting. So that's 45. 45 is there. Huh, that is weird. All right, so 46. Here, let's reload this to make sure everything's fine. What is this here? Okay, so that goes there. Glad I checked. So that becomes fourth. Hey, fanfictioneers! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Face plants the big news button. And what is said big news? Or is the arrival itself the big news? You are graduating from fanfic to your own pen name for your originals. Congratulations. Is that something you are willing to share? Sorry, to share? Or is that for future? Or is that something that you want to keep completely separated? Alrighty, so that is done. Let's remember to move this before I do what I did today. Uh, oh, I see. Well, thank you very much for the follow, Tenno. Which letter would be accented? And welcome to the stream, Tenno. Your name origin sounds stupid. Does people ask all sort of question, but you never notice the obvious true origin. The novelist. Oh, oh, that is very neat. Vélisté. Cool. Well, no, yes, I understand that. I understand that it's still you, but I treat identities individually mainly because trying to remember who is what when they jump multiple accounts gets confusing really, really quick. Like, and I'll go to the extent of if, like, it's more common on Discord, but on Discord, people will regularly change their names. And I do not bother trying to remember who they are. I just treat them as somebody new and they've learned to deal with it. They know G. Veliste. Yeah, I have a French Canadian, French Quebecer background, so I do know what accent aigu means for the pronunciation. And while I didn't think about it, Tenno to me seems obvious. I hope the accounts page looks professional enough for the debut stream someday. So very cool. I certainly hope so as well. Oh wait, that's in media. Never mind. All right, where the bleep am I? I got a little mixed up with all of that. Okay. That is done. I can close that. Mind your step. How is that open? Okay, I'm going to need that because actually, no, I'm not going to need that. That's going to. You already had a nickname given to you by another writer on here of TJ. Might start using it with a surname. TJ Veliste. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely, that is certainly something that works. Uh, 26 would be here, so that becomes the 29th. I'll be right back. You've set yourself, finish second volume, series by November. Final chapter scene taking ages to figure out. Rock climbing over the wall of writer's block, and it's a pain trying to figure out where to climb next. Well, I certainly hope that you work it out. All right, 12 is done. So that can be filed. Hey Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? September 29th becomes the 1st. You are doing great. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Your cat wants you to go nuts. And why are you not going along with what they want? They do know what's best for you. You realize that, right? Hey, cool imp. Welcome to You Are No Longer the Meaning of Life. Welcome to the 43rd year of your life. Wait, no, that's not the meaning of life. That's the answer. 42 is the ultimate answer. So I actually don't know if that's what you mean. You're 43. Okay. All right. Cool. October 1st. This becomes October 3rd. You lay at work and wait for the WoW server to come back up, but you're editing one of your book. Very cool. To Tyrannis. Part 4, Great Oaks. Oh, that should have been moved here, so let's do that. Ah, there was only one car by the curb this morning, and it wasn't the one that kept getting the bomb. Well, he now knew it wasn't the owner of the coffee shop or the dressmaker who were the target. That still left 10 other stores on this block. Maybe he needed to put a camera somewhere. He'd repaired a few, and they could function without any assistance. If he could find a place to hide one that had sight on the car, he could review the footage once he was back in his room. He'd have to see about buying one. Breakfast with Natalie. Enjoy the lurk, Thenno. Breakfast with Natalie was nice. She'd smiled at his bag, and he'd explained it was a Deckard thing. He'd almost said builder. He carried his tools in it and anything he might use to do repairs. She pointed out the more interesting place as they walked, the Homage Theatre, which had hosted plays and concerts until it closed a decade before. She named some of the famous people who had played, but Eric didn't know any of them. She told him about the Marmalade Gentry, a comedy about Tyrannis's nobility in the 4th century she'd seen there as a child. Then they reached the historic farmers market. When they reached the historic farmers market, Eric had felt like a boy again. It looked and smelled exactly as he remembered. Stalls sold fruit and vegetables, homemade products, and a few that sounded like builder creations. Like the man, a human in his late 60s, who sold jars of jelly that he claimed could help someone sleep just by leaving it open next to the bed. It could also fix respiratory problems, again, just by breathing it, and help one's sex life. Natalie had giggled at it. Eric had tried to figure out how it could work, but it was an organic product, so not something he could understand. Still, he couldn't see how one product could do all that. Not if they obeyed the laws of physics. Well, chemistry in this case. If it broke those laws, the item would only work for the builder himself, and the man didn't look to be crazy. Whatever other questions he had vanished when Natalie placed her arm in his and rested her head on his shoulder. He hadn't expected her to be attracted to him, after all. They'd only met the day before. He did know he wasn't attracted to her. She was a nice enough woman, but she was human. He'd found out he was attracted to furry women at a young age. Looking through clothing catalog, the lionesses, tigresses, cows, and crocodiles and horses had been what drew his eyes. Pictures of women had never the kind of tingle. Wait, what? Pictures of human women had never caused the kind of tingle inside him a curvy caused. Skunk or lemur caused. He hadn't understood back then, but as he'd grown up, he'd realized what it meant. He had no idea how to tell her that. Back before his time in the army, he wouldn't even consider mentioning it. It hadn't been something accepted back then. It hadn't been something. It hadn't been something accepted then. Oh, sure, he knew of guys and gals in his unit who had sex with furries, but that was war. You got your comfort where you could when all you had were the people around you. While he worked out how to let her know, he followed his nose to a food stall with signs that proclaimed it as authentic Izmiric cuisine. It didn't smell anything. Like what he remembered, not spicy enough, but he still bought 2 plates of durith and found a table for them. Natalie, he began, deciding to go with something that wasn't the real reason, but at least wasn't a lie. You seem like a nice woman. I don't want to offend you, but I want to make sure you don't think I'm leading you on. She blushed. I'm coming on too strong, aren't I? I don't. I don't think so. I don't know. Eric found he didn't know how to proceed. His experience with women who weren't soldiers extended to extended no was limited. Hey, Bob, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Sir, was limited to teachers, schoolmates, his sister, and his mother, none of which had shown interest in them. I just got back from the army. I'm still trying to figure out where I fit in what feels like a different world. I don't even know if I'm going to settle here. He stopped, then shook his head. That's a lie. I know I'm not staying. This is a nice place, but it isn't my home. She nodded, having regained her composure. I guess I was just dreaming. You told me yesterday you'd be leaving. That said, you were in the army, but that isn't why I like you. You aren't like any of the guys I know. You act older than you look. You talk, I don't want to say old-fashioned, although that is how it sounds. You speak carefully, as if that makes any sense. He'd noticed the language had changed in his absence, but he hadn't paid attention to the details of how. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, she said. Eric smiled. It isn't that. I simply want to make sure I don't give you a false impression of what is happening. Or isn't. She smiled back and seemed okay. Eric nodded and began eating. As he'd expected, the food was nothing like what he'd had while in Izmir. Don't you like the food? She asked between bites. She was clearly enjoying it. It isn't what I expected. Yeah, Izmir cooking takes some getting used to. Some people think they use too much What? Were you going to say spices? Yes, is the biggest complaint about their food. Eric looked at his plate, then hers. This is considered spicy? Sure. Eric chuckled, then laughed. What? I'm sorry. He managed once he calmed. But if you think this is spicy, you've never tasted actual Izmiric cooking. And you have? She sounded dubious. He nodded. That's about all I ate in my time there. Her eyes lit up. You lived in Izmir? How was it? Her enthusiasm surprised him. Yes, I was, he almost said deployed there, but he had no idea if the war was still going on. Things had been quiet when he'd woken up, but he then hurried to leave the country and stayed away from any of the population centers. Plural. He'd stayed away from the news after that. He hadn't wanted any accidental reminder of his time in the army. When he pulled himself back to the present, she was watching him silently. I was there for a couple of years. It's very No, this is a compliment. Cursor. No, not cursor. Where's my marker? There you are. It's very different. The culture is nothing like here. Humans are almost second-class citizens. Really? You don't hear about that on the news. Eric ate while he thought. His information was out of date, 6 decades out of date. A lot could have changed in that time. He had to be careful not to give himself away. Although, did it actually matter? Would anyone care if he somehow jumped 60 years ahead? He had to find a library and learn about this time. Find out the social structure. Forley knew builders and powers were subclasses now. Or maybe they were the city rulers instead of the old families. I didn't mean to shut you down. He focused on Natalie. How long had he been lost in thought? He'd eaten half his plate, so some time. It isn't that. You just made me realize that living as part of a culture doesn't always match what others think of it. And it wasn't all bad, for one thing. His merits throw the best parties I've ever been to. They'd line the street with torches. Music gets played from balconies, restaurants, corners. The street becomes one giant dance floor, and no one cares who you are in that moment, so long as you have a drink in your hand and rhythm in your feet. He fell silent as he remembered one such party. It had been in a lull in the fighting, and his unit had been patrolling one of the city's. Yeah, you know what? One of the city's street. I will accept it. Looking for information when the music had started. Soon enough, everyone, including them, was dancing. No one cared. They were soldiers or armed. He'd talk with a jaguar there with a long scar across his face. They'd laughed, although Eric hadn't understood half the jokes the man had said. His grasp of the language was rather poor at the time. He never thought to ask his name, but his new friend had introduced him to a couple of jaguar deaths, his sisters, Eric thought, and he danced with them for hours. Danced with for hours. When he finally made it back to camp, he could barely walk straight from everything he'd drunk. And he was surprised the next morning to find he hadn't lost any of his equipment. His unit got screamed at for having mingled with the enemy, but Eric hadn't cared. It had been the best night of his life. Until 3 days later, when his convoy was attacked by local and a jaguar shot him in the shoulder. Eric had shot back in reflex, and the man had gone down. It was only after the fighting stopped that he got to look at the body, saw the scar across the jaguar's face, and thought of his sisters. That night of dancing lost all its pleasure then. He forced a smile. If you have a chance, you should visit. Just be careful with the food. This isn't going to prepare you for how they cook. Once they were done eating, Eric escorted her back to the shop. Her father lived above it, and as Eric knew, she was staying there during her visit. He didn't feel like going back to his room after that, so he headed north along the road. He hadn't thought about that party in years. 5 years from his point of view, 67 as far as the rest of the world was concerned. It had been when his time in the army had started becoming work, when he'd begun questioning the wisdom of enlisting. The concept of time made him chuckle. He was literally an old man in a young man's body. Not that he felt it. As far as he was concerned, he was a 25-year-old in a 25-year-old's body. He might be out of sync with the world, but he wasn't old. When he finally paid attention to where he was standing at the intersection of Dupree and Violet, which didn't tell him anything of where he was. He could turn around and go back. He'd come across we're going to he'd come across the shop eventually, or he could pull the out-of-date map and figure out where he was. He looked up. Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I get why you do it, because it is a trait of AI writing, all the semicolons everywhere. So I'm kind of thinking, don't unlearn that, because it's going to make it too hard to identify AI writing. The sun was high around noon. It wasn't like he needed to be back in his room anytime soon, or at all. He could just move on. He had his tools. What else did he need? What was he leaving behind other than 3 bricks of exoclay and $800? The money he didn't mind leaving behind, but the explosives were another story. They couldn't explode by themselves. He made sure they were hidden away from anything that could generate electrical spark, but if some unscrupulous person found them, they could still do a lot of damage. Still, he wasn't in any hurry to get back, so he kept on walking. September 21st. Yep, 28. Welcome back, James. Lapin, 158 words. The anecdotes of the aristocracy. Planting. Congratulations, James. Uh, Consider yourself hugged back. You wanted to mention that Fenno broke the bubble? I mentioned their name during the recording. Oops. Oh well. It happens. I wish to happy lurking. Ah. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. So I'll be back in about an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is chapter 13 of The Tourist. It is the last chapter in that book. And I don't know how much of what's on the page is going to make it, because the fight is basically done. While Kindar was away, Lapin 56 were the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Plancing. Congratulations, James. This is a Tristan chapter. So let's change the icon. And I end with Ariane. Just, okay. You're going to joke. Good thing you weren't. It wasn't a technician's fight, or the book would be finished. It's their own book. No, technician's fight is nowhere near being done. It's light. And wrong tire. It's technician's. The technician's flight. Okay. Well, I don't know which one. If you mean book 2 of A Heart's Life, it is the technician's fight. So you had that correct the first time. This is The Tourists. Going to lurk for lunch? Enjoy your lunch. Angel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are good. I'm glad to hear that. I am well. Thank you very much. Yep. He dropped by about a half an hour before I went to lunch. Oh, well, actually, no, an hour before I went to lunch. And as is Bob's habit, it was a raid and run. Not. Really? How did I not start the timer? Again. 50 times 50, and 50 is 100. That's Uh, 60 plus 40. So an hour 40. So 120. Okay. Did I stick with the doctor? It's in here. Mm-hmm. Nope, I did not. Interesting. James Lapin, 42 words, the anecdotes of the aristocracy. Lansing, congratulations. Enjoy your lurk. Before you go, for real, I did find the game. I found it interesting. It it's fun. I'm a fan of management games, and this one is interesting. I can see somewhere down the line where I'm gonna get bored with it, because these kind of games almost always reach a point where there's nothing left to do other than watch the numbers go up, and that doesn't do anything for me. But at that point, I'll switch to something else. It's, you know, no more complicated than that for me. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I lost track of time basically. So yeah. Alrighty, enjoy the lurk. actually. She's not a strategist. delete, it just recentered. I was wondering how that happened. Okay. Well, I will say I did not expect to have 2,300 words of this. I should never doubt Tristan. Come on. It was written like. It was written like that. Don't tell me it's then wrong. Once, once everything is locked in place. Come on. Alrighty. with my writing done, I'm going to bring this to an end. So this is the end of Lost Hope. The Tourists. Next week, I will probably be writing an extra chapter for Mind Your Step, since I need to catch up for yesterday's that I couldn't write, and I did not want to sacrifice this chapter today. And the week after that, I'll be going over the outline for the next book, for book 11, The Child. And I will bring the stream to an end with a raid. Too shy, I read a fox. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, The Technician's Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend, when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.